right, we're back. Okay. All right, let's see if this does this work? Let's try again. Try again, please. Is there a an algorithm that you can run to detect which modules are currently intersecting other modules connecting lines? I still see a problem with object manipulation and hold pen. Okay, but can you not move hold pen to a different spot, or can you not move object manipulation to a different spot so that it doesn't, so that we don't have that problem? I don't understand why we must have that. Why we must have them passing the way through each other the way that they do. Like why is that forced? Can we update our OBS so that the stream watcher, like the Twitch and the YouTube comments and the viewers, shows up on stream? Can we update our stream setup in my home directory settings so that the Twitch and YouTube stream viewer, like the number of views and the comments that show up on my screen, I want them to show up in the stream as well. So we need to like add something to OBS. Okay, so for example, reading letters, there's a bunch of them passing through there, and it also passes through another one because it's going, it's going one over. It's not going to the next row. It's going to like one row or two rows over. And so, is it not possible to just move reading letters one column to the right, and then push? Then that would make some of the arrows backwards. So just recursively push those um, one one position to the right, and then that would fix those. At least that would fix all the ones that intersect reading letters and all the ones that it intersects. Uh-oh. Hang on, I'm confused here. It looks like you moved PEC keyboards on keyboard left. Sorry, PEC keys on keyboard left and PEC keys on keyboard right. You moved those to the right. I'm confused about why. Those should be immediately under, like just one row to the right of reading letters, right? And then they won't. Those lines then cannot possibly intersect anything because they'll be going in between all the modules. So whenever you have lines that cross other modules, just try to get them to be right in the next column, because dependencies that are exactly one column over cannot intersect other modules. No, okay. You're not. It's not just. You're not just pulling it rightwards. Okay, so you're not pulling the source right. You're starting from getting started. Okay, and you're looking in every column as you move from left to right. You're looking in every column, and anything where you feel that the sorry, anything where the line intersects, like the input to that intersects, you move it leftward. Okay, and then if the output intersects, then you move its dependence. Does that work? I'm not sure if that works. Okay, hang on. You're trying to apply it everywhere, and yes, it does not work all the time. But I'm saying you for any place that where there is an intersection, you should look manually. So don't apply a deterministic pass. You should manually look and see if you can do it. So specifically, you can definitely do it to peck keys on keyboard left, peck keys on keyboard right, peck digits on keyboard, and peck digits on keyboard fast. Okay, so you can move all of those to be in the column that's right next to reading letters. And now reading letters, it'll have outbound edges that do not intersect anything, just trivially, because the things that it connects to are next door, are in the next column. Speak simple mappings. Let's see. Speak simple mappings. Okay, so in that case, can you not move the reading letters to the right by one? No, something went wrong. Why is that? Oh, I see those go up and down. Okay. Another note is that it makes sense to resolve the constraints from left to right, because to the right we kind of have more and more space, and so we can always push things further out to the right. And so the way that you should implement your passes of fixes is you should always check like you should always work on the leftmost collision, and try to resolve that one. And so you work on the leftmost collision. Sometimes when you solve that, it'll actually create a collision that's even further left. But as long as you see that there's a way to fix it, you keep basically pushing the mistakes over rightwards, right? And eventually you'll push them all the way to the right beyond until all of them are fixed. Okay, pause for a second. So I see one issue that can be trivially resolved. You have repeat digits, and it has two outgoing edges, one to count to 5 and one to read digits. And no, never mind. I thought those were... Well, yeah, I gotta be able to count before. Okay, so... no, don't do that. Whoa, we got a lot more. What the heck is going on? Hang on. Why did you revert? It is true that the new collisions might appear as fast as the old ones cleared, but as long as they're appearing to the right of the old ones, then that's good, right? Because eventually you'll push everything to the right, and all of those you'll kind of untangle everything. So, are you saying that they were appearing like you were fixing one, and then there was more appearing to the left? I'm not following how that could have happened. And it's true that sometimes you'll try to fix the leftmost one, and then another one will appear to the left of that. But usually that's kind of it's simpler to solve that, right? So you kind of trade a more complicated one for a simpler one, um, and so the idea is to just keep working your way leftwards and pushing all the errors to the right. And eventually, if you do that recursively, right, like at the eventually the limit is that there's nothing left on the right. Hey, come on, bot, get out of here. How do I ban this guy? No, you're not following. So it is true that pushing a model right doesn't only move the collision. That is true. But it should not be lengthening. Most inbound edges should not be lengthening, right? What we want is that most modules are next to each other. And so what you do is when you push a module to the right, you don't only push that module. What you try to do is also push its dependent modules, the module that it the modules that it depends on. Also, you pull them to the right with it. Okay, and so that way you're moving like the whole set of edges, kind of unconstricted, or already untangled edges, rightwards with you. Now that is not always possible. There are going to be rare cases when modules do have to make a jump of more than one column, but for the vast majority of intersections, when you're right, if you make the constraint that like most it's not a hard constraint, but if you make it so that most modules are only connected to modules that are immediately next to them, what you can do is this kind of like, when you move a module to the right, you also move the things that it depends on to the right with you, and you kind of do like a recursive step of a recursive move where it takes its already untangled lines and brings them with it. No, you have to be careful. It's not the whole ancestor closure, okay? You have to be, so it is not, you cannot apply it deterministically. You have to manually look at its dependencies, and the ones that are possible to easily move rightwards, you also move rightwards with it. Okay, but you cannot you cannot recursively do it. At some point, what I expect to happen is that those dependencies are, for example, immediately, there's only one other dependent, or at some point you get to a dependency that if you move rightwards, it does not create any new conflicts, and so you don't continue recursing, right? So it's not the entire ancestor tree. It's just you keep doing it until all the tangles are, until you don't have any tangles. stop looking at the cost of the width. It doesn't matter how wide we get, okay? So for example, you have object manipulation, which is currently one of the outbound edges, is crossing through hold pen. So that one, you can move to the right, right? You can just move object manipulation to the right, and that will resolve one of the collisions. Okay, can we make it so that read digits does not depend on repeat digits? Can we instead make it so it depends on count to 5? And that way we don't have to have that long one that spans 2 rows, or that spans 2 columns. But read digits still transitively depends on repeat digits via count to 5. What the heck are you doing? Okay, another one I found is, for example, pen trace line has a bunch of intersections. You can just move it one over to the right, okay, and then move everything that depends on it, right? The pencil trace shapes pencil, so move the whole copying section over to the right by 1, which will then push the writing letters over to the right by 1. And that resolves all of the conflicts on pen trace line. No, you can't. It doesn't matter if it pushed 2 frames into each other. Just move one to the right. You're just moving everything to the right. Okay, so if something gets pushed into each other, move the thing that it pushed into to the right. can fix read digits by just moving it to the right, and then move all the other things that are right. It's gonna push a bunch of stuff to the right. So you're gonna need to expand the numbers 1 category size. You're gonna need to move right, because you're gonna need to move count objects to 10 over to the right. That will push numbers 2 over to the right. It'll also push all the categories, or all the, for example, like what depends on read digits. We have count to 10 and read digits. So if you just move both of those to the right and move all of their stuff to the right, all the stuff that depends on them to the right, that'll resolve that tangle. Can you also please update the dependency check to return the crossings not by the number of lines, but by the left to right ordering? So things on the left should appear before things on the right. I'm confused. I thought you said you moved read digits to the right, but it doesn't look like you have. It needs to be more to the right, because right now it's intersecting with things coming out of count to 5. So read digits needs to be more to the right. Okay, so now repeat A to M is the leftmost thing that needs to be resolved. So the way you resolve it is you push it to the right. Okay, you push it to the right, and then you push its dependencies to the right. So its dependencies are reading lowercase a to m and reading uppercase a to m. You push those to the right. Okay, and then you'll notice that now you have the leftmost thing that's going to fail is the what is it? The sitting up independently has some things coming out of it. And so we're going to push sitting up independently to the right. It just keeps going to the right. Everything goes to the right. Sorry, I meant push A to M to the right along with its dependents, not its dependencies. No, you screwed something up. Okay, now we have more failures on column 6. No, we never we never fix things that, like, you want to fix things and push more errors to the right. It's okay if there's more errors, as long as they're to the right. You keep trying to get lower total errors. That's not what we want. We want lower errors towards the left of the graph. Okay, we don't care about how many errors are to the right. It's okay if the errors to the right blow up. We'll fix them as we traverse from left to right. I'm so confused at what you did. Why are repeating letters A to M and repeating letters N to Z on separate columns? Those are symmetric, right? And so they should be on the same column. The repeating letters N to Z can just be moved leftwards. So move repeating letters N to Z leftwards, and move the things that depend on reading letters N to Z leftwards. Okay, just move all of those leftwards. You moved it too. I'm just confused at how you got, like, you moved it to the right to create a collision on the left. We don't do that. No, this is so, what the frick? Can you update the dependency check to flag any dependencies that are that would be satisfied transitively. So for example, I see that reading words review 1 depends on repeating words. Okay, but it also reaches repeating words via the path repeating words, repeating digits, sorry, does it not reach it? Repeating words, speak simple objects. These not go. I'm confused at why there's no, so reading, mapping sounds, reading letters, repeating words. Okay, let's. So dumb. It's just being dumb. This part it is not good at. Claude. Why are those so far forward? Those don't need to be so far forward. Okay, for repeating lowercase a to m, you move them really far forward. Same with repeating letters A to M. Those don't need to be so far forward because you can move them backwards, right? There's a spot for them. Oh, there's not because of that. Okay, never mind. All right, we gotta find a better way to. Oops, let me see. What do we got here? Two, repeat A to M. Repeat A to M. Repeat A to M. Where is that? Repeat A to M. Oh, that's conflicting with repeat digits. You can resolve the conflict with repeat A to M by moving repeat digits down below repeating letters so that it doesn't have to go through repeating letters A to M when connecting to repeating words. You can resolve the intersection with mapping sounds to letters by moving short vowel sounds and mapping sounds to letters to the row above mapping sounds to bigrams, multiple choice. Jesus. This is no good. This is much better. No, this is just stupid. Can we get rid of map 2? It's just, it's not going correct. Just get rid of map 2 and anything that you did different for it. Can you put an inline, like at the bottom right, a little debug widget that just shows me all the collisions between edges and modules? Can you please make it, just for right now, we're going to color anything with a collision, any module with a collision with an edge, can you color it red? This is just temporary, so it's going to get removed after we resolve all the collision. Actually, no, let's keep it permanent. So anytime there's a module with a collision, just color it like a bright red. Can you move tapping a target down by 1 row, please? And then can you also move recognize instrument down by 1 row? Can you move object manipulation to be directly above hold pen? And when you do that, can you please move the categories around so that there's still enough space for the titles? So you might need to space out the categories a little bit. But if you move object manipulation to immediately above hold pen, and then keep the shape of that group, like the relationship between those modules, the same, then that'll resolve the conflict. So the hands category will get a little bit bigger. Can you move repeating words down by 1 row? So that way it doesn't intersect repeating letters N to Z. Can you move repeat digits to the same row as repeating words? Can you move singing the alphabet right by 2 columns? And you might need to push, let's just do that, okay? But you just might need to move the word families group and the letter sounds group and the sentences group, all of those groups, word families, letter sounds, anything in that box to the right of word families and letter sounds, you might need to push those to the right to make sure that there's enough space for the groups. No, we have to be careful here. So we're not moving its dependents. Okay, its dependents are going to stay right. The finding the keys, for example, those are going to stay where they are, because the reason we want to move the alphabet is to resolve the intersection with reading letters and with speak simple mappings. All of those, we want to resolve those intersections. So we're going to move reading. We're going to move singing the alphabet to the right by 2 columns, keeping its dependents where they are. But we're just going to move potentially the word family. Actually, I don't think we need to. I think we can just keep them where they are. Yeah, so let's just move singing the alphabet to the right by 2 columns and do nothing else. Wait, which hang on. Hang on. I don't see any any modules that depend on singing the alphabet that are less than 3 columns away. So which thing are you claiming will break the backwards arrow rule? Hang on. I don't see any dependence, anything that depends on singing the alphabet that is less than 3 columns away. So if we move it by 2, I don't see which dependent are you claiming that, or which module are you claiming depends on singing the alphabet that it's going to create a backwards arrow? Oh, I see. Okay, so just do +1 then. Okay, that did not work. So let's do singing the alphabet. Move it over by 1, and then move the consonant sounds and Z, consonant sounds A to M, short vowel sounds over to the right by 1, and then move all of the word families, letter sounds, sentences 1, sentences 2, word families 2, grammar, comprehension, all to the right by 1, just to compensate for the fact that the moving the consonant sounds over moves the letter sounds over. Can you get rid of at the highest level zoom, it says like 0 of 61 modules. Can you get rid of that and just do it the same way that you do it at the third highest level of zoom, which is just you have a bullet and then like 5 out of 8 or whatever, and in the same exact font. So it should be it should be part of the label. It just looks weird when it's kind of offset. Can you move the mapping sounds to letters multiple choice? Can you move that 1 row down? And then can you move the mapping sounds to letters multiple choice? Why is there 2 of them? I'm confused. Why are there 2 mapping sounds to letters multiple choice? What are their IDs? Sound to letter A to I choice. Yes, can you please fix that naming? No, I want you to update the uploaded file directly. I don't want you to use the uploaded file at all. I want you to have your own, like, there should be your own source of truth that has all the IDs and all the titles and stuff, and anything else that you put in there. You should not be using the uploaded file directly at all. That was just supposed to be for the setup step, just to give you the list of initial modules that we started with. But it's no longer the source of truth. So you should be using your own separate source of truth that has all the IDs independently stored and all the titles independently stored. And we are not looking at that upload file at all anymore. Okay. The importer needs the source row for run detection. What is run detection? That was only, so the run detection is no longer required. That was only for the initial layout. But now we're going to things, so we no longer need that. Actually, you know what we should do? We should not encode an explicit row. What we should do is encode I don't know what the word is, but we should encode the fact that it is supposed to be directly horizontal from a specific dependency. Okay, so when we have a chain of modules that increase in complexity but are in the exact same topic or the exact same type of exercise, there should somehow be, I should be able to say that, hey, these are a row of dependencies and keep them together as a row always, and that's what the invariant checks against. And so what we want to do is delete the row column, but add this, like a row dependent or row dependency to the ones that satisfy this constraint. No, I don't want you to restrict it to pairs inside one category. I want it, for now, to be anything. So in the original set, any pairs that where it is the, well, how was it? No, let's not do that. Okay. Okay, you can do that for now, although there are some cases where we want that row dependency to actually cross categories. So can we just make it a little bit obvious on the map using a thicker edge? So if we use a slightly thicker edge for the ones where there's a row dependency, then that'll just help me see where that might, where else we need to add it. Okay, hang on. Object manipulation does not have to be level with pincer grasp. So you can delete that one. No, the other two are correct. The CH and CH exception and the GH and GHT, those should be row dependencies. You don't have to level them right now, but I'm saying just leave them as failures in the dependency check. Okay, now can you please move the mapping sounds to letters down by one row? And also, it is not row dependent on mapping R to Z sounds. And then can you please move mapping sounds to bigrams to the row below that? Okay, so we have mapping sounds to letters, short vowel sounds, and mapping. Sorry. Come on. Okay, now can we move mapping sounds to letters multiple choice down by one row? And that will also move mapping sounds to letters down by one row. And then can you please, it is not row dependent on mapping R to Z sounds to letters. So, yeah. Okay, and now can you move the mapping sounds to bigrams and its row dependencies down to below mapping sounds to letters? Okay, great. Now, can you please move finger trace line, finger trace shapes, finger trace digits down to below finger trace UZ, and then finger trace squiggle down to the row below that. So we're moving those 4 modules down to below finger trace lower UZ. Or actually, sorry. No, don't do that. Don't do, nope, 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 nope. It's getting crossed through. Okay, yeah. Okay, now can you move the entire column of finger trace capital UZ, finger trace capital AE, finger trace capital FJ, KO, P, so all of the finger traces in that column, can you move them 1 column to the right, please? But keep pen trace line in the same column. So we're just moving that finger trace column, just the finger traces, not anything else. Okay, now can you move all of the reading words review to the bottommost row? So they all should be below reading short A words like R. No. Can you move reading short A words like and reading short A words like are below the reading short A words like at, and then move the rest of that column down by 2 to because it got displaced, and then obviously reading short E words and reading long E words, because they're row dependencies, they should both move down by 2, and then okay, so we're just moving the short A modules to be together. Can we move reading soft G words and reading vowel Y words to the right by 1? Can we move read words OU, read words DR, and read word cardinals down by one row? I see that read any fraction under 1. It has a line going through read any fraction over 1. It crosses through read words construction, but those are not read. Can you check your intersection algorithm? I feel like for some reason it's not detecting the intersection between edges and modules correctly. Hey, Morwick, how's it going? We got a viewer. How are you? I'm working on an app to teach 3-year-olds to read. I bought a daycare 2 years ago, and we got about 100 kids. And my goal was to get all the 3-year-olds reading, and we've got 9 so far, but we can do a lot better. So on the younger cohort, we have about I want to say like 60% of them know their letters and their letter sounds. And so that's pretty good, but we got to get to 100%. And so right now the biggest challenge is the teachers. There's a very limited amount of one-on-one time that we can do and still not lose a lot of money, because there's strict standards on on the ratio between teachers and students. And so I'm trying to fix that by increasing the amount of individualized learning that the kids are doing by building an app. And so you can see here I'm working on the curriculum here. The idea is it's a comprehensive curriculum from birth. So it starts literally from like recognizing eyes and faces, which is the first thing that a baby will do when it's first born. They can't even follow your eyes, all the way to like reading and math and all that stuff. And so right now the first thing that we're trying to fill out is the reading, but I'm just trying to make this map a little bit more it's a little bit unwieldy, so just trying to clean it up. By the way, this is not the interface that the kids will use. This is more like the management interface for like if I'm a school director and I want to see where my kids are, this is what you would use that for. The kids would actually use something like this, right? So you put them on a tablet, and then they just can go through the lessons that that they need to go through, and I'm just setting up the dependencies now, so that like you learn the easy thing before you learn the hard thing. And so I'm just trying to clean up this map. The red you see like there's dependencies that are flowing over each other, and it's kind of ugly. So I'm just trying to clean all of those up. It's going to take a while. I think another hour or so until I get all the red stuff cleaned up. Can I ask how you found my channel? Okay, so there was a bug that it wouldn't catch intersections, and so let's see if it catches them now. URL on a bathroom stall at a midget stripper bar. I don't think I've visited any of those recently, so I'm not sure how you got the update. The only time I put my URL on those, that was my old link. So I'm not sure how you got the new link. Okay, let's see if this red matches. That matches. We just want to make sure the lines that are intersecting, they cause all the red. Okay. All right, so okay. All right, so now we have the CH words. So the read any fraction under 1 needs to connect all the way. I tried with it. This is just too hard for Claude. So if you go back through my conversation for the last 2 hours, I tried to get it to do it automatically, but it tries, instead of doing it manually, because this is like not a it's not a deterministic way. It's more of like a taste, like how do you group things nicely. And what it tries to do is it always tries to I have not used /goal. Let's try it. /plan. So I did create plans. Do you use that in Claude Design? I use that in Claude Code. All right, you tell me what you would do. The problem is, like, I want it to be tasteful. So I want, for example, things to be together. And it seems to not be doing that. It just like tries to deterministically find an algorithm that will make it so that these things don't collide, but then it ends up putting modules all over the place, right? Like it'll have like a reading module way far away from like the next thing that it's supposed to happen after that module. And so I don't know how to get it like the sense of taste other than via example of like, okay, this is what it should look like, and can you extend the map? But in order to do that, I have to first give it like a good example of what a good map looks like. Yeah, it just like everything I've tried to do it automatically, it just really likes to just like write an algorithm that messes up all the modules and puts them far away. Because you can write a constraint solver for the intersections, but you cannot write a constraint solver for like keep relevant modules close together. And it just really leans towards writing constraint solvers. All right, so I'm going to continue doing this. If you have an idea for how to do it, I'm happy to try it. Again, it is a lot faster. So for example, like the categories, because I imported my original map that was built. This was built in 2023, pre-Claude Code. Okay, so it's a lot jankier and laggier. So this was done manually, and so I just imported this map and just told it to create categories, and it did that pretty well, because here it's very obvious, like there are obvious clusters, and so it just used the clustering as the initial map. Sorry, from the initial map, but after that to modify it, it's just not. It's really struggling. So I haven't been able to find a way to get it to do exactly what I want. But the cool thing is it actually built the map for me. So this map would have taken me forever. Like this would have been like a 3-month project to get it to be as smooth as it is. Because the original map I built was based on just SVGs, right? So this is just a giant SVG, and it's super laggy. Whereas this one, I asked it to do like a tiling map where it pre-renders the SVG and then builds a tiling, tiles at different depths. Whoops. And so that way, like it's super smooth, and you can get like the nice kind of fading out where like you can see the vastness of the curriculum, but also zoom in to anywhere you want, and you get like smooth, smooth scrolling wherever you want. So tell me, I'm happy to try. I agree with you that, like, in general, I don't want to be doing this. I feel like this should be somehow a solved problem. But for this, there are sometimes that I come across specific problems where it's like it's not intelligent enough yet. And so tell me what you would do. Tell me exactly. I will type exactly what you tell me to type. Here, Claude, can you create a new map 2 based on the map and copy all the dependencies so that we're not touching the existing map? I just want to try something, but I don't want to mess up my existing map. All right, Mr. Morwick, tell me what to type. I'm happy to try it. So what I want basically is I want it to resolve the constraints where like nothing is intersecting. Okay, so there should be no red on the map. There should be no edges intersecting modules. And then I also want the there's some modules that are supposed to be like stay in a row. So for example, read words GHT. You can see like the thicker edge. It just means that it has to stay in line with read words GH. Okay, so it's like we're practicing GH, and those are kind of like related. Sorry, I'm not following what you're saying. The 100-foot goal is to create the map so that I have. All right. Okay. Sorry. So I'm typing /goal. Okay. So I want you to update the map with map B scratch copy. So don't change anything about the original map. But in map B, I want you to make it so that we have a comprehensive curriculum that covers everything from birth to roughly grade 4, and all the categories are set up, and the modules are clustered together when they are related. I don't want modules to be far away from each other if they're related, and I also don't want the edges crossing over each other. I just want a curriculum of dependency-based curriculum, so not age-based, but dependency-based, and okay. So tell me. So more. Tell me if I'm sorry. I'm still talking to the thing. 1 sec. I say I want too much. I'm not. Are you just saying I talk too fast? I'm generally a fast talker. I've gotten that feedback a lot. Okay. All right. Sorry. I don't know if it's good for streaming. It's probably not good for streaming. Can you? Sorry. So is this what you do? Can you see this? I do have Claude Code, but Claude Code is not nearly as good at UI, I've found. I don't know what they put in Claude Design, but the skills or the whatever. So I got Claude Code. I've already tried this. It is substantially worse. It's just not as good at UI development. All right, so let's let's clear goal. No goal set. Sorry, but this is not linked to my Claude design. Okay, so here let's. Okay, sorry, I just need to sync from Claude Design and then I'll try it. Okay, so can you please, inside the PHDev specs for pre-supplied, can you please clone the design, the prototype from Claude Design. It's in the pre-supplied design system. Do it the same way that you did for Pleased. So look at the specs for Pleased and do it very similar for pre-supplied, where you have a script that just syncs all of the front end, the front end prototype and anything related to it into the specs. Okay. So this is going to run. Yeah, exactly. So that's what this is going to do. But the challenge that I see that I've tried with Claude Code, and it just like it is better at like reasoning. It feels like, and it's better because I can put all of my context. Like I have a bunch of, well, I gotta keep talking because this thing's just gonna take a while. But so I have a bunch of context that is not available in Claude Design. And so from that perspective, it's much better at making decisions about the project, because I have everything that I ever wrote for it. Is just available as context, which I don't have in Claude Design, right? Claude Design, it just sees my front end, but it doesn't have my spec system. I am not on meth. I feel like arguably that's good for streaming. Are you on meth? I feel antsy. I don't like waiting for it. I always switch, like whenever it's working on something, I switch to some other task. Feel unproductive otherwise. Yeah, I already have a project folder. It's just syncing the stuff from Claude Design. So here, let's do this. Okay, what do you want me to run? Goal, and then what is the? All right, let me just ask Claude. You're being vague, sir. Can you explain how /goal and the plan.md works? I already have that. So I already have that. It's not as a goal, but as a spec. So basically, here, I'll show you. Pre-supplied overview. Okay, so this is essentially my like overview of the project. Okay, so it has other stuff that's like that it put in here. Okay, but I just told it like, hey, this is what the project is. This is what we want from the curriculum, and it basically wrote this for me. So it already has this in its context always, because the way that I do all plans, basically I have a a documentation of the way I think of it is like a brain dump of everything that I have ever thought about the project, and then I let it organize it on its own. And so this is what I was saying, is that Claude Code is much better at reasoning because it has like everything that I've ever dumped. I have this thing called like an intent marker. I don't know if you can see it here. Okay, so it has start intent. So start intent is like things that I explicitly told it at some point. And so everything that I've ever told Claude to do about the project or to change or to like ensure is written in some sort of start intent. And then it kind of does a background check to make sure that these intents they don't contradict. And if they contradict, it flags it for me so that I can resolve the contradiction. And so because of all of these intents, so this one is 381 lines. In my other projects, they're a lot bigger. I have a lot of files. But not that much of the file is written by me, right? So only the stuff in the intent is written by me, and then everything else is inferred based on what I told it. And so when I ask Claude to do something, refactor. You mean refactor the file? I disagree that it will. I mean, I do periodically ask it to refactor just to make sure that it's consistent. Okay, I mean, like here, let's do start. The challenge is so this is the kind of like what the evolution of how this file came to be is like initially it was just stuff that I would write down, and the problem is I would resolve issues, right? Like things would come up in the code and I would resolve them, and then it would forget, and then I'd have to like re-explain things. And so I told it to like the way that this file is written is through a skill. So it's not I don't write it directly. I just tell it what I want about the system to change, and it will remember what I asked. I don't know what open knowledge is, but it'll remember specifically what I asked in these intent markers. So that's my intent, and then all the other stuff is it refactoring on its own to basically satisfy all my intent. And that works really well because this file is a lot smaller than the code. It's like almost there's almost no ambiguity in this file, but it's a lot smaller than the corresponding like source code that would that this maps to. And so what you can do is this file, even if it's big, it's still a lot smaller than the source code, and so you can fit 15 of these files in its head, and then it can reason about all of them together, and that's like a big constraint on the system. MD files gets to define the LLM will start to skip items. I agree that it will start to skip items. All right, let's ask. Okay, /goal, an autonomous work loop. /goal sets a completion condition and keeps Claude working until it's met. After each turn, a small fast evaluator model judges whether the condition holds. If not, Claude automatically starts another turn instead of handing control back to you. The goal clears itself when the condition is satisfied or when the evaluator judges it impossible. Okay, let's... Claude, can you explain what open knowledge is? In my experience, it does not work well with small chunks. I've found way better results, like the way that I did my spec system. It's just so constrained. The system is so constrained, and there's so many redundant, it's so hard to go outside of the of what the files say, because it'll contradict something, right? And there's lots of things to contradict, and so it kind of forces it into a path that's so unambiguous. Let me check whether open knowledge is one. First to rule at the interpretation. Open knowledge is the principle that knowledge. No, that's not what we want. No, somebody on my stream asked me to install open knowledge, and I want to know what that is. I'm forcing you to drink. Sorry, let me see if it's synced. Okay, so this guy's synced. Oh, is it like a vector database? Let's see. Hey, are you trying to social engineer me? Okay. Never run. No, I don't want to. Can you just tell me? Can you tell me what that second one does? Or I assume you're talking about the second one, Mr. Morwick. Oh, the LLM. Okay, the first one. All right. Okay, can you tell me more about that first one? Okay, in the meantime, so this is done. Okay, can you now make that prototype available in my, like put it inside my web container so that I can access it? I just need it to. I just need temporary access, so don't do anything permanent. Just like a very quick, just like get me a path that will expose the entire design folder, so that I can view the prototype locally. I use GitLab. I've been unhappy with it, and I've been considering switching to Git, but I have not yet done so because they don't have merge trains, which I find very useful. Sorry, the other thing that's really annoying about Claude Design is it doesn't integrate with Git in any way. So you can read Git, like you can attach it to your GitHub, and it'll read the repos, but it can't make commits. And so my flow for Claude Design is like make changes in Claude Design and then sync manually, and then it's a UI designer. Okay, so here we go. Okay, no, but I don't want it on localhost 8901. I need it in my container because that's exposed in my Visor VM. Okay. Here we go. Prototype. Here we go. Okay. Let's hope this works. Hey, it works. All right. Okay, so here I have so this is the same thing that was in Claude Design, but it's hosted locally so that I can ask Claude Code to deal with it. So what are you expecting me to tell it specific to the map? Because I'm not imagining what I could tell it other than what I've already tried. You're better than the lady I just waited yelling at 3 codec sessions. Why are you doing nothing? And then told me she had a PhD. Okay, so what would you say here? Can you just give me verbatim what you want me to tell it for the plan? So I can tell you I'm just trying to make the curriculum, and I just want it to be tasteful. All right. Yeah, it's already in my folder. So it's already locally here. This is where I downloaded it. Can you review the design file and write a design plan? Sorry, is this verbatim what you want me to tell it? I agree with you in general, but there are some things that that it's just not intelligent enough to do yet. Hey man, I'll follow your instructions. I'm just if it works, I will be very happy. I will buy you I will literally send you some Venmo cash to buy you a beer. I am on Fable. Hang on, let me check. Make sure that I'm not on over the limit. Okay, we're good. We're good. All right. On principle, I still feel like I should buy you a beer if it works. Okay, you want me to do as effort. You want me to do ultra code? All right. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Sorry, I don't understand your last comment. It's Claude to review once again. I found the Claude salesman switching to Ultra Code to burn up all my Fable tokens. The Ultra Code, I've tried it a few times in the past, and I find that it burns a ton of tokens and is not does not do meaningfully better than my own setup. So I will trust the process. I'll trust you, but again, I'm skeptical. I will legit buy you a beer if it works. Am I just supposed to sit on my hands? What am I doing? Do you have any feedback on my on the concept? I don't drink coffee. I am as wholesome as they come. You mentioned meth earlier. The thing that Claude Design is much better at. So this is why I'm skeptical of Claude Code. They've put some skills in there. The meth on the glasses. They've put some skills in there that make it much better at UI reasoning. I don't know what specifically they put in there, or they trained it. Maybe it's like a fine tune or something. But it's so much better at UI than Claude Code. Even with if I give Claude Code like Puppeteer access so it can see the browser, it still doesn't do nearly as good of a job as Claude Design. Specifically around like the animations, like it does such a good job with like smooth animations. Like it's so good at this stuff, like stuff that would have taken me weeks in the past. Claude Design can do, but Claude Code cannot do these things. So that's why I have not tried using Claude Code for design, because it's just like every time I've tried it failed. Sorry, what is template based? I understand that Claude Code did make it, but I'm saying that they have some extra spicy ingredient in there, like skills or like some sort of like specs or something that that makes it just do a much better job, specifically at UI. Do you want to give me feedback on the business plan as well? So basically, the plan, my constraint is, or here, I'm going to give you some philosophy first, and then I'll tell you why I've made the decisions that I have. So basically, I'm deeply disappointed with the state of the education system in North America. I think that it has deteriorated so badly that people people underestimate how close we are to like a war or revolution. Okay, all right, go ahead. All right, I'm gonna go grab an apple, and then let me know when you're back. Sorry. Two rules. Talk into the mic. Are you not able to hear me properly? I tested it and I was able to hear from like different angles. If you're not able to hear me, I'll try to fix it. And as you do all that, voice is super low. That's here. Is that better? Is that better? Yes. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Okay. As you do all that, if you read the screen, your meow using Claude in the way. I don't understand your sentence there with the meow. You're not are you trying to say you're not using Claude in the way it was designed for? If you read the screen, maybe I'm not understanding what you're trying to say. I never let chunk. Yeah, I mean, usually that's not the case, right? Usually I'm just saying like, hey, this is broken, like, please fix it. I'm not following what you're saying that I did incorrectly. Like the way that I was working on the. Okay, yeah, sorry. So the plan. So basically, the way I see it is that the education system is extremely close to collapse. It's been deteriorating even from before COVID. If you look at like from 2012 to today, in the last 14 years, it's regressed by like 30 years in math and reading scores. And historically, when this happens, you have like war or revolution within a few decades. And so you basically have to solve this problem. And if you don't solve it, nothing else matters. Pretty much like all of the wealth and whatever you try to optimize for, it's just you're gonna lose it if you don't solve this problem, because just society is gonna collapse. And so as part of that, we have AI now. Yeah, I mean, I agree that is different, but I don't know if it's going to be different enough to, like history rhymes, right? So, and so you need some way to solve the problem, and you have to solve it broadly, right? You can't solve it like I can't just build one school, or I can't solve it just for my kids. Where okay, I'll pay top dollar to send them to the best private school. The problem is that actually, if you look at private schools, if you account for family income, they only do very marginally better than public schools. So essentially, they select the best people in the population. They do not produce the best people, and so you really have to solve it. And again, just like find a way to broadly solve education where you can up the IQ by 10 points across the board and very quickly. And so the way that I feel like you do this is, first of all, you have to find some. It has to be through like a financial model. It cannot be through politics. You can't homeschool. So we consider that. But the problem is, if you homeschool, you're not fixing the education system. And so even if your kid is well off, if they are not surrounded by people who are smarties, society collapses. And so the fact that your kid is educated doesn't matter. And so you really have to solve it broadly. And so I looked at how could you solve it? Like I considered like politics, right? So you become a politician, but the problem is that takes a lifetime to make any change whatsoever because it's so deadlocked. And then even then, if you spend a lifetime, you might not solve the problem. And so it has to be somehow through like a financial incentive. And the problem is that schools traditionally, like building schools, nobody becomes a billionaire building schools. Nobody becomes a billionaire teaching kids to read. And so you need a business model where you can become a billionaire teaching kids to read. And so there's a few angles of attack that I've found that might work. So one of them is through the app. So basically, again, the constraint is it has to be free because it has to be available to everybody. And so how do you monetize an app if the education is free? And the idea that I had that I think might work is you make the education free. You make it free for all schools. Always about money. I don't agree that that's a mistake. You need to have you need to have a way to like there has to be an incentive to, if something is not profitable, then it cannot continue to exist. Okay, and so it has to be, the system as a whole has to be profitable because that basically harnesses human greed to continue to make it exist. If you do not do that, whatever you're trying to do will cease to exist eventually, right? Once you stop having the resources to continue investing or continue donating, it will just stop existing. And so you need some model that is some system that is profitable. And given the constraint that the learning has to be free, people can earn more than money. Man, people earn knowledge. I just don't think that I agree with that, but that will not motivate a. I just don't think that makes something survive on its own. It has to be profitable, right? Like resources have to be funneled. Right. So learning does it is valuable because it makes you capable of earning money in the future. Which one do you think is good? Which one is really good? What is the best app to teach my kid to read? And sorry, not just my kid, but like broadly. Like I just want to teach an entire school of kids to read. The ones I've looked at are not that good. The best one that is very niche and it's only for reading, it doesn't cover like math, is probably Mentava. But that costs $500 a month, again, because they need to find a way to make it profitable. And Mentava is a very, I believe it works because we're going to do the same thing and it will work, but it has to be free. And so the free apps that like Khan Academy Kids is okay, but it's very slow. It does not adjust quickly enough to the skill of the child. And that's actually the same problem that I have in schools, is that the kids are way more capable than the teachers give them credit for. And so what it feels like is the school is not catching up to the kid. And so the goal of the app is like to keep up with how fast the kid can learn. Because like 2 and 3 year olds they learn so incredibly quickly. And people do not understand how quickly young kids learn. And so you really need a curriculum that is able to keep up with each kid, as like push them as fast as they can go and make sure that the app can keep up with them. Anyways, and so I don't know of a free app that is as good as what I believe you can make an app to teach kids math and reading. Power School. Okay, I will check those out. All right, let's check it out. There's no YouTube video. Class.io kids reading. I feel like if they did this well, there would be at least one video of them doing it well, no? class.io. Class.io. Hang on, let me use Google because this is my streaming profile. Nothing is set up here. I don't buy that this is yeah, but wouldn't there be a tutorial, like somebody who's using this at school, like a teacher would like take a video of what it's doing. So the fact that there's no videos at all, read. No, I'm not saying that Class.io wants it to be public. I'm saying that if it's really good, people, like independent people, will make the claim that it's really good, and they'll show that it's really good. And so the fact that I can't find anything about that, like no reviews, no anything, that's very surprising to me if it's truly good. Okay, Power School, kids teach reading. Oh, come on. Power Homeschool, is this the one that you're talking about, or is it Power School? Power School Docs. Okay, so this is just text to speech for kids that are struggling. Personalizing education. Okay, so is this aimed for 2-year-olds? I'm specifically targeting like 1, 2, and 3-year-olds. No, sorry. So there is kind of a plan to pay kids to learn, but you have to make it so that it's free. Okay, so the education has to be completely free for the kids and free for the schools, because that's how you change. That's the fastest way to broadly make change. And then if it's free, then how do you sustain the system? I own stocks. I don't trade stocks. It's not my. I don't put my money in the S&P. I have a few small number of companies that I believe in, and my retirement is all there. But if you want to. Yeah, if you want to have broad impact as quickly as possible, it has to be free. And so how do you make money? So there's basically 2 paths that I see to make a lot of money where you can become a billionaire by teaching kids to read. The first is through the app. So you make the app free. And if it's both free and the best, then I believe you can capture a huge percent of mindshare. So you can imagine, like, if every school uses it because it's both free and it's better than the best alternative, that's a very easy pitch to the school. And basically, if it's free and the best, that means you have a lot of traffic coming your way. And what you have is like the educational toy and book market is on the order of $10 or $20 billion a year, and you have the best prediction of exactly what educational toys and toys and books would most benefit that child. And so essentially you front run Amazon on selling those types of items to the parent. So the parent and the teacher and the child are all hooked into the system. And instead of the parent having to search for stuff, you can basically preempt them. So they, instead of going to Amazon and buying their educational toys there, they buy it from you. And so that feels like a business that can make $1 billion a year. So here's the real world. The wife off the WWE runs all the school and with Mega as well. So you can have the shitty app and just give I'm not following. Anyways, if you send this, I feel like something was missed. I don't know if that was your whole message. I feel like I missed some part of it. Hang on, is my thing cutting off the messages? Oh, sorry, it is. Sorry, it cut off the message. So you can have the shitty app and just give them a cut. You're in. I hate to say it that way, but that's the truth right now. I'm not following. So you can have that shitty app and just give them a cut. Sorry, I don't understand why you need to give them a cut. Can you elaborate on that? I'm not following the. I don't know anything about the wife off the WWE. I don't know what that is, or who that is. The second way that I think it could work is through real estate, and so you have this. Here, let me show you. So the basic question is like, who benefits the most from great schools, and the best answer that I found is like, where does all the money go, right? Like, great schools produce incredible value to society, and so where does all the value go? And here, let me see, real estate, schools. Here's a very curious chart. Where is it? Virginia real estate school performance correlation. Okay. Can you see this? You still there? Okay, let me know when you're back. I can't tell if you're still here. Can you make read any fraction over 1 be row dependent on read any fraction under 1? And so switch it with read words ch exception. Sorry, I meant please do that in map, not in map B. Hey, Mr. Mark, are you still there? Can you get rid of the map B scratch copy and any dependencies that that it has that are unique to it? Okay, now can you move read any number, read any fraction under 1, and read any fraction over 1? Can you move those up 1 row and make read any fraction under 1 be row dependent on read any number? Can you make it so that if I click a module in the map view, that a little side panel or a little something comes up that shows me all of its dependents and all of its dependencies. Can you also make it so that if I click on a module, then its connections are highlighted so that I can see exactly where it's going to, and the highlight should be the bold blue that you're currently using for finished modules, and then for finished modules, don't highlight the edges. Like all the edges except for a selected module should just be the default brown color. instead of needs first, can you call it prerequisites? Hey, how's it going? Nasty extra silly. Is that your name? I don't know if I feel like your name's not appropriate for this channel. How's it going? I have a feeling you're an OnlyFans bot. Is that accurate? You're not a bot? Okay, all right. Oh, Nastya, okay. All right. Okay, then that's, sorry. That's a Slavic name. Where are you from? Are you from Russia? Ukraine? I'm about half Ukrainian. Maybe 3/4 Ukrainian. My dad was born in Ukraine. And my maternal grandma as well. Russian. Can I ask how you found my channel? I'm working on an app to teach kids to read. I bought a daycare about 2 years ago, and so our goal is to teach all the 3-year-olds to read. We've got a bunch of them reading now. It's like roughly a quarter of the ones that turned 4 before their 4th birthday. They were reading. I think the count is like 9 so far. But we're trying to increase that number, so we want to get like 100%. Okay, all right. Well, thank you for coming. Anyway, so I'm working on this app. Basically, the idea is it's a reading curriculum, or it's a curriculum from birth. So most curriculums, they start kind of like they assume based on the age, right? So you'll have like grade 1, grade 2, etc. We're targeting like 1 and 2-year-olds, and so we literally start from birth. And we try to, it's not an age-based curriculum, it's a dependency-based curriculum. And so the idea is to get the kids, like as fast as the kids will go, we want the curriculum to be able to keep up with them. And so I'm just working on basically this map. I can show you the rest of the app if you like. Basically, this is the kids' view. So they're like looking through. The idea is like to have this on a tablet or something. And this would be the skills that are based on what they already have competencies in. So if they already know all the letters, then they can start, joining 2 letters together. And so as they get more skills, new modules open up. And so I have pretty much most of the app done. This is all the onboarding. Except for the map. So I want it so that a teacher who's managing a classroom, they can like very quickly see how all their kids are doing, and kind of where they're going. So I have this lesson list where you can kind of see at a classroom level, but then I also want a map so that you can. My vision eventually is like for a kid to motivate them to like, essentially it's a tech tree for real life, and so I want to have like launch a rocket somewhere over here. And then they click on it and it'll like plan a path for them to like build a model rocket and launch it. And it'll like teach them everything that they have to do along the way. And so you have like a bunch of landmarks that are just like cool. And then the kids will select them, and then that's how you motivate them to like do all the boring stuff. I hope so. And the plan is to make it free. It's going to be not just free, but open source. I'm trying to solve like the education system in North America. I mean, I live in North America. I don't know, are you still in Russia, or do you live in North America? But the education system here is just like complete. It's regressed substantially in the last 15 years, and I think if you don't solve this problem, you basically have like societal collapse. And so very important to solve it. So I'm trying to make it free. So it's going to be free and open source. So the goal is to make it both the best and free, so that there's no reason not to use it. Okay. Sorry. So right now I'm just trying to make this map look good, so you can see that like the lines connecting different modules are they're like crossing other modules, and those are the red ones. And so I just need to rearrange it. And Claude is not that good at rearranging this. I tried for like an hour and a half to get it to do it by itself, but it just like messes them up and doesn't have good taste. So I'm just doing that manually. It's kind of painful. It's probably gonna take another hour or so. Okay, so this guy connects to adding two fractions, and it connects to visual fraction, which connects to that. Okay. Why do I need that? Okay. So the question is, how do I connect this guy all the way to here without crossing anything? I mean, I could move it all the way to the right, but then this would start crossing stuff. Claude, can you think of a way to connect read any fraction over 1 to add two fractions without crossing all of those modules on the way? Be creative. Like, you can't easily move it because then the inputs will overlap other modules. But maybe we can add like another module somewhere so that the just like to bend the shape of that curve. All right, what's over here? This guy. Can we move singing the alphabet and reading letters, both of them one column to the right? Okay. Okay, reading numbers on a keyboard. Or sorry, numbers. Okay. Why is that dependent on? Can we update PEC numbers on a keyboard so that it's not dependent on PEC keys on a keyboard fast, but instead it's row dependent on PEC digits on a keyboard fast? And then can we move that entire row of PEC digits on a keyboard? Can we move it? Can we swap it with the keyboard left row? The keyboard left row should be next to the keyboard right row. All right, how can we untangle this? Recognize order. Count dice, depend on count to 5. Okay. We got to figure out a way to untangle this. This count to 5 is really a problem. What does it depend on? Repeat digits. So that's all the way up there. Okay, but it doesn't depend on, there's nothing else coming out of it. Okay, so okay, Claude, can we move repeat digits over to the right by 1, and then that will force count to 5 and the entire numbers 2, like everything to the right of count to 5 in numbers 1 and the entire numbers 2 category to also move to the right. And then it will also cause count opponent fingers to move to the right. So can we do that, please? Can we move read words cardinals down by 1 row? And then can we move read words colors up by 1 row? And then swap the read words GH like laugh with read words CH exception? Can we move read words fruits up by 1 row? Can we move read words CH and read words CH exception just below read words hard C, so that row moves up, and then it pushes all of the read words ones down, and that will actually make the entire category get up, be bigger, because we actually need to push the middle row with read words bedroom down by 2. so that it is not read anymore, and that will cause the read words review row to be pushed down, which will expand the boundaries of both word families 1 and word families 2, and it will push down sentences 1 and sentences 2. Can we please do that? Can you also push the getting started category down by 1 row? And then can you push the sentences 1 and sentences 2 categories down by 1 row? Oh, we got another viewer. How's it going, whoever you are? Oh, it's you, Nastya. What kind of database and storage stuff? Are you doing a database class? Or is it like your own project? Oh, I see. Are you building it yourself, or are you using like Claude or Codex or something? Can you move the copying category down by 1 row? Oh, I see. Okay, very cool. So one thing, how are you doing? Are you just like prompting? Do you have specs for your project? What's the 10% that you're not doing with Codex? Can you move pencil copy 4 letter words to exactly 1 column to the left of pencil copy right 4 letter words, but in the same row that it currently is. So keep pencil copy 4 letter words in the same row that it is, but just move it over so that the edge towards the pencil right is straight up and down through the space between them. How do you? Can you give me an example of an issue? So this is I'm facing the same issue now, where like I needed to organize the map in kind of like a tasteful way, where related concepts are beside each other, and there's no lines crossing. But whenever I ask it to do that, it just tries to write a solver. Like it writes a constraint solver and tries to do that, and then it just like pushes all the modules like away from each other. So it really doesn't like to do the manual. Like when it can optimize the constraint solver, it doesn't like to manually move things to keep them nicely together from a taste perspective. Okay, that one fixed it. Pencil trace digits. Can you add a constraint that every category has to have at least one? So if they are vertically the same, so for example, right now spelling, the label is not, it doesn't fit in the space between the spelling box and the copying box. And so we want a constraint that they have to be at least one module apart if they're in that situation where like they're vertically within each other, where the label would clash. But they are less than, if they're horizontally aligned where the label would override, but they're vertically too close together, we want them to be at least one full module apart. And then update the dependency check for that, and then please resolve, just like push apart the categories to make sure that there's zero violations of that constraint. Don't move around any individual modules except as a group. Oh, I see. Why couldn't OAuth? Sounds like something that that Codex would be really good at. Do you have specs in your project? Like, one issue I had when I first started working with these is you would tell it what to do, but like you'd always do it in a new conversation, and so it would forget what all the previous things you told it were, and so then it would like undo the work from before, and so you'd get into this cycle where like you'd tell it to do one thing, it would break a bunch of other stuff. And then like it was just really, and some of those things were not necessarily like things that were tested for. And the way that I solved this was I have a spec system where I tell it to remember anything I ever told it about the project, and then flag any time that there's a contradiction in what I told it. And then that's loaded into its context every time. So the idea is to have like a parallel, almost like a code base, but it's much smaller, right? It's just like the things that I said about what I want the project to be. And so it's usually like 5% of the size of the code base, but it's almost as unambiguous. And then you work with the specs first, and then once those are done, then it often works extremely well. It just like one-shots the code from the specs. So I found that doing that, it just eliminates a lot of these like small bugs. that you're kind of going back and forth because it just doesn't remember all the other things that you wanted. Oh, sorry, your comments are getting cut off. I couldn't actually even see your whole comment. Okay, let me fix that. It looks like the comments are getting cut off in my overlay. Can you please fix that? Specifically, this is happening with Twitch comments, but it might, I haven't had a YouTube comment, so I'm not sure if it's happening with YouTube. Whoa, why are we inserting columns? Hang on. Hang on, I'm confused. Why did we insert any columns? We were only supposed to insert rows. Don't make any changes, just explain. No, please undo that. The one full module separation should be in the vertical direction only. Horizontally, they can be right next to each other. So please undo the change that you just did to the map. Oh, interesting. Like it's it just got trained on like an old API. Is there or is that in the skill? Where's that old API coming from? Is there a modern doc that you can point it to? I feel like for Auth you shouldn't need any skills there. They're skilled enough on their own. What's your differentiator against Discord? Like, are you going to be doing anything different, or is it just like a practice project? Can you do an actual undo, like do a diff versus your previous map from your context and actually undo it? Don't try to manually fix the fix the column insertion. Yeah, they sometimes do that. I feel it's gotten a lot better though compared to like 6 months ago. I think it's inevitable that in like 3 to 6 months, it's going to be so rare that it makes mistakes like that. Oh, damn it. No, I don't want you to do that. All right, well, good thing we cloned it. Which file stores the positions of the modules? Can you please upload the map data knowledge JSON to tempfiles.org? Oh, I don't need ultra code. Hang on. Oh yeah, that age verification bullshit. Yeah, I agree. That's it's freaking crazy. I am optimistic that the ease of software development is going to make it so it's not going to be possible to enforce that. Like any major platform that tries to do it, there will just be competitors spinning up that that don't do it. Okay, here is a recent-ish backup. But can you please save a backup of the current version that you have, and then restore this one, and then reapply all the changes that I asked you to make to it, except for, like, don't add extra columns. Yeah, I agree that the age verification stuff is so crazy. I would say yeah, like you absolutely don't need any sort of like face scan or anything. I would say even your debit card info, you probably don't need. I would just put it as like a parental, like your browser sends some header or something that that just tells it that you're over 18. I feel like if a kid's able to get around that block, then they kind of deserve to access the over 18 stuff. Oh, come on. Okay, let's use download. Wait, hang on. Hang on, I want the one from the design spec, not the one from the repo. Sorry, that was the wrong one. Here's the correct one. Oh, damn it. You have to be careful because some of the modules are moved since that backup. Sorry, not removed, but moved. Okay, can we add another constraint similar to the category constraint where they have to be one module apart vertically? Can we make it so that top level modules have to be two, top level categories like reading, writing, getting started, etc. They have to be two module spaces apart so that their labels can fit. So specifically, reading right now is too close to writing. There's no gap to be able to fit the label. Sorry, can we make the top level categories be 3 vertical modules apart instead of 2? And again, that's only if they horizontally intersect. So specifically, writing and reading currently still don't have enough space for their labels when fully zoomed out. Okay, it looks like we, because of that movement, we now have a intersection on mapping sounds to letters, multiple choice. can we vertically invert the letter sounds 1 and letter sounds 2 modules inside their categories so that that mapping one is closer to the top, and we'll see if that resolves it. Can we get rid of the dependency between numbers before 5 and count to 5, and can we instead make numbers before 5 dependent on count to 10? Sorry, and can we do the same thing for numbers after 5? And can we do the same thing for count dice? And now before and after 10 does not need to depend on count to 10 since it's transitively dependent on count to 10. Do we have a constraint for transitive dependencies? We should have a constraint that if in the dependency check, it should be highlighted if there are any transitive dependencies that are also direct dependencies. Don't fix any of them yet, just highlight them so I can see what that looks like. Can you make any edges of direct dependencies that are also transitive dependencies? Can you make those edges red? I see. Can you delete the dependency between before and after 10 and count to 10 since it's a transitive dependency as well? Can you also make recognize more or less not depend on read numbers up to 100 since it's also transitive? Sorry, I said recognize more or less, and I want that to not be dependent on reading numbers up to 100. And then can we make add up to 10 not dependent on read numbers up to 100? One, two, three, four, five. Okay, now can we remove the red? We don't need to color lines anymore. And we don't need the dependency check for specifically for redundant lines. The remaining ones are good. Recognize simple fractions is not row dependent on recognize order 2, and recognize order 2 is not row dependent on recognize before that. can we move recognize order 2 to the spot just under numbers after 5? And then that will cause the entire number sense 2 to move down to match because of the row dependency for recognize order 4 and recognize order many. So just move that whole row dependent on recognize order 2 down to match that same row. Oh, we got another viewer. How's it going? No, I want it to be exactly where I told you. I want it, so please put it exactly where I told you, and you're gonna move the ear training 2 over to the right by 1 to resolve the backwards arrow. No, sorry, I'm confused what you're doing. Can you move recognize temporal order 2 and recognize temporal order 3 one column to the right, please? can we move ear training 2 left by 1 module, please? Can we, instead of, for all before after 10, can we make that depend on count objects to 20 instead of count objects to 10? Can you move recognize pitch high low 3 left by 1? What's going on? Oh, come on. Come on. What's going on? Am I pressing the control somehow by accident? My mouse is not working. Ugh. No, still not working. Keyboard's working. Okay, mouse is working. Okay, so this guy. Can we move recognize order temporal 3 to the right by 1, please? All right, there we go. Okay, what are we doing over here? can we move read numbers up to 1,000, read numbers up to 1,000,000, and read any number to the right by 2 spots, please? Can we move read clock to the right by 1 spot, please? Can we move PEC capitals and punctuation to the right by 2 spots, please? Can we move use mouse, double click drag, use mouse, and open application? All 3 of those, can we move them to the right by 1 spot, please? That's a weird click. Can you make it so that when I'm zoomed in, so like if I'm at layer 2 of the zoom, clicking on a layer 4 category should not zoom me out. That's very frustrating. And same with clicking at a layer 3 category should also not zoom me out. So if I click on a box that belongs to a higher level zoom, it should not zoom me out. It should just be a no op. Like it should behave like a deselect. Can you move recognized digits more or less to be on the same row as recognized more or less? So it needs to be moved from the numbers 2 category to the number sense 3 to the number sense 2 category. And then can you make recognize more or less row dependent on recognized digits more or less? Can you flip count add objects and count add self fingers. Those two with the add up to row. So the entire add up to row should flip with those two. It should be underneath the count add objects and count add self fingers. And then also count add self fingers should be row dependent on count add objects. Okay, now move add up to 10, one row up, and break its row dependencies on both add up to 9 and add up to 11. So it should just poke up above the row so that none of its edges cause conflicts. Also move read numbers up to 1,000,000 up by one row and break its row dependence on read numbers up to 1,000. Again, so it doesn't cause conflicts. Instead of fill in blank add small being above, it should be one row below to add sub up to 20. We are almost done. We got a few more. Okay, what's this? Oh, come on. What the heck is this thing? read numbers up to 1,000. Okay, that can be on its own. Add 2 fractions under 1. Man, this is, look at this. This thing is crazy. What the heck are we doing? Okay. Oh, we got 3 viewers. That is a record. That is a new record. Welcome, welcome. We are building an app for 3-year-olds. And even younger than 3-year-olds. So I bought a daycare a couple years ago, and our goal is to teach every 3-year-old to read. And we've already got 8 or 9 of them reading, but it's only about 25%. Maybe 30% of them are reading. The younger cohort is doing better, so I think roughly 60% of them is on track to read before their 4th birthday. So those are the kids that we've had like since I joined. Like they were babies when I joined, but 60% is still not quite good enough. And so the way we're doing it right now is it's all teacher led, like it's one-on-one reading between the teachers and the kids. But that can't scale well enough because we are like, I'm already below break even and we still don't have enough teachers to be able to dedicate enough time. And so the idea is to have an app that helps scale the amount of time one-on-one that each, basically the individualized learning that each child has every day can be increased dramatically if you have an app that kind of follows where they are. Because a lot of it, the teacher can actually hand off. They don't need to be with the child one-on-one for the entire duration, right? So you might have a teacher that has 3 kids, and they can manage all 3 at once as long as the computer is like verifying the child's work instead of the teacher having to do it. And so right now I'm just working on the curriculum. So this is like the map, because we're targeting literally as young as babies. The thing that's different about our curriculum is it starts at birth. So the first thing is like recognizing eyes and faces, because when babies are born, they don't even see your eyes or your face. They can't track your face until about 2 or 3 weeks old. And so the idea is to build the curriculum based on dependencies and not based on age, which is how most curriculums are done, right? You have like grade 1, so like a 6-year-old should know this, a 7-year-old should know this. That makes no sense because some 6-year-olds will be like at a grade 10 level in math, while being at a grade 2 level in reading, right? So there's such a wide, like the variance in skill is so high. And so the goal with our curriculum is that it's fully dependency based and we don't care about your age. And so we just start from birth and just, we try to keep up with the child as quickly, like we try to move as fast as we can with the child. We don't want to slow them down. And so I'm just building the curriculum now, and Claude is not so good at automatically detecting these. It can detect the collision. Like I'm just trying to make it look nice on the map. And it can detect the collision, so that's what these red things are, because there's lines crossing through them, but it cannot move them around nicely where it keeps, because I want like certain modules to be together, right? So like if there's a bunch of related lessons or modules or exercises that they have to do, I want to keep them kind of tastefully together. And what Claude does is it writes an optimizer that like resolves all the intersections, but it just like completely spreads out the modules randomly. And so I really don't want that. And so this one I'm having to do by hand. Okay. All right. Okay, well, this one's easy, I think. Can we move terminal commands simple to 1 row above where it is? And then, oh no, we won't be able to do that. No, maybe we will. No, maybe we won't. Okay, hang on. That's a tricky one. That's a tricky one. Okay. How can we untangle this? Or here, let's do this one first. What's crossing through it? Read any fraction under. Okay. This is such a stupid one. Look at this. It's just crossing through like 15 modules to get to its adding two fractions with the same denominator. I first need to be able to read any fraction under 1. Well, that's not even the correct spot for it, because that read is not the same as read. Visual fraction over 1. No, so I want to read. Okay. These are two, because I think in the reading section it's the word. Okay, so when you have like 1/4 written as words. Okay, one second, I gotta go to the bathroom. Be right back. Okay. All right, let's see. How much do we have left here? Okay, we still got, these are gonna be easier, but this is annoying. Okay, we got that big one. That's a big one. And then this is a big one. Ah, this is, why is it going so far? Read any fraction under 1. Why do I need to read that as words? Okay, so we're gonna change that up a little bit because we don't really need to read. We don't need to read fractions as words. Okay, can we please make the following change? So for read any number, read any fraction under 1, and read any fraction over 1, those should be, the IDs and the descriptions should be redone so that it's clear that you're reading those as words. Okay, so like the word 3 rather than the number 3, or the word 3 million, like spelled out, or the word 1/4. Okay, so those should be reworded, and then there should be 3 additional ones. So the number versions of those, where you're reading the number 1000, but it's not the word 1000, it's the number 1000, it's the number 1/4, and it's the number 5/4. So 3 new ones should be added right next to the dependencies that those depend on. Okay, so for example, read any number is it should be next to read numbers up to 1 million. Read any fraction under 1 should be next to wait, why do we have, it should be next to written fraction more or less. And then read any fraction over 1 should be next to visual fraction over 1. Okay, so we're just basically we're making it clear that there are there's in the reading section there's going to be reading them as words, and in the math section it's going to be reading them as numbers. And then that should help us get rid of these crazy All right, so let me see what we added. Read any number in words. Okay. All right, perfect. So now, no, not read the number, no. Read the number 1000. Did I say that? What? Oh, okay. Okay, can we please rename read the number 1000 to read any number, and then read the number 1/4 is read any fraction, or sorry, read fractions less than 1, and then the one called read the number 5/4 should be, the description should be read any fraction over 1 as a number. And sorry, read any number should probably be like read any integer. Well, no, that's confusing. Sorry, and read any number should probably be read any integer. Can the dependency checker also be updated to verify that there are no duplicate IDs? Okay, now can we update the dependency so the read any fraction under 1 in words is a dependency of add 2 fractions under 1, same denominator. Can we update that dependency so that it's pointing to read any fraction less than 1, but not in words, the numeral version? Okay, so we don't care about the word version, we care about the numeral version. All right, and then we're going to do the same. And then we're going to do the same thing for add 2 fractions over 1, same denominator. We're going to update its dependency is not going to be the word version of read any fraction over 1. It's going to be the numeral version of read any fraction over 1. So please update that dependency as well. Okay, much better, much better. So that's going to be fixed. And then every wacky thing is just going to be within math. Add 2 fractions, adding and subtracting 5. That's not really what that should be looking like. Oh, why is terminal command simple? That's confusing. Why is it like that? All right, so are we not able to? Okay. Can you please move terminal commands simple down by 1 row, and then make terminal commands row dependent on terminal commands simple instead of just dependent, and then remove the dependency from terminal commands onto open application, and instead make a dependency from terminal commands simple to open application. So terminal commands still depends on open application, but transitively via terminal commands simple. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. All right, now, oh, what's this thing? Account and password. That should be inside computers. That should be inside computers. Can you move account and password inside computers, please? Oh, come on. Why does it do that? No, it's too close to programming. Can you move it down by one row? Oh, we got another viewer. How's it going? Okay, and now the fractions need to be above instead of below. What the heck is this? Visual fractions. Visual fractions over 1. Okay. Written fraction less more. Read any fraction less than 1. This is too... I feel like you probably want to read all fractions before doing that. Okay, let's do that. So, okay, can we delete the dependency from add two fractions? Add two fractions under one same denominator. Can you delete the dependency on read any fraction less than 1 and instead update it to be read any fractions over 1 as a number? And now you don't need the dependency from add two fractions over one same denominator to that, because it's transitively dependent via that one that we just updated. Okay. Can you move read any fraction over 1 in words right by 1 and then update its dependency? Instead of depending on visual fraction over 1, it should depend on read any fraction over 1 as a number. Okay, now can we make the following changes? Can we swap the fractions 1 and fractions 2 categories with the ones above? So move all the adding and subtracting categories down, and then the fractions 1 and fractions 2 up. And then we're going to split adding and subtracting 5. The fractions out of there are going to go into a new fractions category, along with add 2 fractions under one same denominator, which is going to be row dependent on read any fraction over 1 as a number. So that new category that's created is going to be like in the same row as the fractions that go above the adding and subtracting. And before you do that, just make a backup of the existing map, just in case we screw up. Hex numbers on a keyboard. Add up to 10. Well, words on a keyboard. Okay, that's kind of annoying. Okay, can you please do the following change? Can you move written fraction more or less rightwards by 2? And then all the other ones in that category also have to move to the right by 2. And then can you move the read any fraction under 1 in words rightwards also by 2? And then I guess you'll need to move the read any fraction over 1 in words also over by 2 to the right. No, something went wrong. Okay, this guy. We screwed this guy up. Read simple fractions should move left by 1. You moved it, but it wasn't supposed to move. Move it left by 1, please. Okay, there we go. Visual fraction over 1 should depend on read any fraction less than 1. And it's row dependent. Can you make read sentences long 3 depend on read any fraction over 1 in words? And then the same way, read sentences medium 3 should depend on read any fraction under 1 in words. Can you move add to position two positive two-digit numbers up by one row, please? Sorry, it looks like you moved the entire row. I want to break the row dependency. So add two positive two-digit numbers is not row dependent on add up to 20. So move the add up to 20 row back down by one. So just the add two positive two-digit numbers should be on the new row above. Okay, there we go. And now, what's this? Okay, so now subtract two-digit numbers. Long addition and subtraction, multiplication, division. Why is multiplication separate from division? That doesn't make any sense. Okay. Can you please rearrange? Okay, first make a backup copy. So the old backup is no longer necessary because the new map is better. So replace that backup with the current map, and then I want to do the following changes. I want, so towards the end of math, okay, so we have multiplication, long addition and subtraction, adding and subtraction 5, and then algebra 1, multi-step arithmetic, all of these, and division. So what I want is it should kind of be like a staircase. So addition and subtraction are the first step at the top. Well, so fractions. You have fractions and addition and subtraction. And then below that should be multiplication. or sorry, below that should be long addition and subtraction. So below addition and subtraction should be long addition and subtraction. Below that should be multiplication. Below that should be division. And then only below that should we have the algebra and the multi-step arithmetic. Please make sure you back up the existing map before making those changes. Okay, so let's see what that looks like. Here we go. Adding and subtracting 5. Well, subtracting 2. No. Why did you move fractions? Why did you move fractions? You moved fractions, even though I didn't want you to move fractions. All right. No, so fractions go above. Long addition, subtraction. What is this thing? Fill in the blank, add small. Fill in the blank, subtract small. Okay, well, why are negative counting? Negative counting. Okay, we might need to rework this area. Can you please move the fractions row back above the adding and subtracting groups? Okay. We need this is just weird. Why is adding and subtracting here? Subtract 2 digit. Subtract 2 digit. Where's add 2 digit? Simple multiplication by counting. Okay, well, we add 2 positive 2 digit numbers. That one is too big of a jump from add up to 20. That one is too big of a jump. Okay. Long addition. No, this is too big of a jump. This adding 2. Okay. What is this thing? Read numbers up to 1,000. Okay, well, yeah. Read simple fractions depends on that? No, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Any number in words. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? Okay. Can you please make an admin mode for the map? So this is a design admin mode, so it's not even in grown up. It's at the very bottom. Have a new section in the sidebar called admin mode, and I want some tools to be able to easily move the modules and the categories around and create create connections between them, because it's too hard to specify what I want verbally. And the way that I want this to work is somehow, as I make the change, it creates a diff somewhere in a sidebar that I can just paste to you, and then you'll apply that diff to the file on my behalf. Can you please create that admin mode? So the operations I should be able to do are create a module somewhere on the grid. I should be able to give it a title and an ID, and then I should be able to move it around and create the connections for it. Yeah. These adding ones are not the way that they should be. What's the best way to do that? Where's add digit? No. Subtract 1 digit. There's subtract 1 digit, but there's no add 1 digit. Why is there an asymmetry? That's confusing. Add 2 positive 2-digit numbers. Okay. That is too big of a jump. No, don't do that. What did that do? Did it screw up my thing? Can we move the admin mode to the very bottom of the sidebar? When I start dragging a module in the admin mode, for some reason, it just like zooms out all the way and goes crazy. Can you please color it the exact same? Like it looks different. I want the styling of the map to be identical to the normal map, except that all the modules are either like incomplete or not built yet. So either planned um, or locked. But the labels, the red modules, everything else should be identical. I don't know why you made it different. No, this is not the same. Still not the same. It's still not the same. The label behavior is different. There's too many labels on the admin map. I mean, at the highest zoom level, when I fully zoom out, there's just tons of labels on the map, on the admin map, and those are not on the normal map. Okay, now it's closer, but the styling is still different. The top level categories are not light beige like they are on the normal map. They're just rectangles. They should be exactly styled like the normal map. Okay, that works well, but now when I try to create a module, it does not create it. Also, it should not ask me for the category when creating it because the category will be determined by its position. Right, so like that can be done by you after the fact, or not even. It should just be based on the position. So if it's inside an existing category, then it's in there. Otherwise, it's not. And then I can just ask you to edit the category containers after I create it. Okay. Oh, welcome new viewer. How's it going? I'm working on an app to teach 3-year-olds to read. I bought a daycare a couple of years ago. We got about 100 kids, and so far we've got 9 of them to be reading before their 4th birthday, and that's about 30% of the kids that have turned 4 since then. Our younger cohort's doing a lot better, so I think roughly 60% of them are going to end up reading before their 4th birthday, but we need to get to 100%, or let's say 95%. And so right now, the way that we're doing it is through teachers and lots of one-on-one time, where the teachers are actually teaching the kids to read, like just one-on-one as much as possible. But that doesn't scale, and we are already below break even. And so I'm trying to build something that will increase the amount of like individualized learning that each child gets. And so we're building an app that basically takes from birth, so from all the way from recognizing eyes and faces, which is like a newborn baby cannot do that yet, and puts you through a curriculum that goes as fast as possible. Like we want to keep up with the child. And so I'm just working on making the early part of the curriculum, so like early reading, writing, and math. Essentially, it's a dependency graph, so it's not age based. It's dependency based, and the challenge here is that Claude is not good enough to like keep these categories nice and coordinated while also making them not intersect. Because like you have like sometimes there will be edges running through categories and it just looks weird. So I'm just trying to manually solve that because Claude's not doing a good enough job. And then after that, I'm going to be implementing the actual exercises for reading. So things like starting from very simple like repeating sounds, so like a baby, you get them to try to repeat after you, all the way to like reading words and more complicated words. Yeah, if you have any questions, happy to talk. Is it possible to resize a category? Can we make it possible to move and resize a category, but it should be non-intersecting? So I shouldn't be able to resize the category in a way that it has a conflict with another one. And there should be a little arrow, like the double-sided arrow that comes up whenever I hover over the side to be able to expand the category. And then can you make it so that when I press new, it lets me choose whether it's a module or a category? And for now, just let me make small level categories, not the top level categories. Can you make it so that when I move or resize a category, it takes the constraints into account? So specifically, it should be one module away from any other category that it's next to. Also, I'm seeing an issue where when the modal for creating a new category is open, if I click on something, it kind of clicks through the screen. So if I click on a new tool, for example, the modal will come up again, which I don't want. And then also when I'm on the category mode and I click into the text box to change the title, it switches back to new module mode instead of new category mode. Okay, I am very tired for today. It's almost 3 a.m. I gotta go to sleep. I'll see you tomorrow if you're still here watching. Have a good night.